Beef Show. Welcome to our new venue. We're glad everybody made their way up the hill. And we hope you like the new accommodations. We want to give a special thanks to the Dairy Barn, the Dairy Committee, and the Fairgrounds for letting us use a different facility today. We're going to kick off this morning with senior showmanship of our feeder calves. So our first sets in the ring will be our dairy feeders. These are Holstein feeders. Coming into the ring, we should have our 17 and over showmen, Waylon Flasher, Kate Gutchall, Mason Wickard, Jenna Kirby, Jolene Patton, Taylor Wagner, Ivy Bigler, Cord Hetrick, and Becky Kowick. For our ring help, Kate Gutchall's a scratch, so we can go ahead and file in. That's your class. Our judge for today is Miss Kelsey Zepp. She hails from New Windsor, Maryland, where her family owns and operates Zepp's Show Cattle, raising purebred Red Angus. Through the 4-H, she exhibited cattle at the national level, along with sheep, hogs, and goats at the county and state levels. Kelsey's currently entering her sophomore year at Blackhawk College East Campus, where she competes on the livestock judging team and majors in agricultural communications. After graduating from Blackhawk, she plans to transfer to a senior college to continue her education and her livestock judging career. Let's welcome Kelsey back to Shippensburg here this morning. Thanks so much for sorting our cattle. Sponsoring our showmanship classes this morning is Shetron Auction and Equipment. Mr. Terry Shetron, thank you so much for your support of our show.
really nice first heat of senior showmanship here, and I kind of went and talked to every one of these individuals about something that we can work on and something they did well. So I'm going to go ahead and talk probably the first 4 or 5, and then just get on with the day. We've got a long day ahead of us. So I'm going to use the young lady up front to kind of start this class, and I'm just going to make the comment now. I hope most of the younger individuals are up here to kind of watch this class and see how I want you to walk in the ring. And just stuff like that. But I prefer when their legs are kind of, the front legs are square and the back legs are staggered, the back leg closest to you being forward instead of square. So just making that comment, just making that comment now to try and get it through everybody's heads to do that rather than having them square. That's just my personal preference. But this young lady up front was a really good individual. Her steer never missed a beat. She has really good eye contact with me, but still looks back on her steer and makes sure he's doing what he's doing. So I really appreciate that. It's a really good place to start. The young man in second, I think, is another one that did a really good job. His steer also didn't miss a beat. He always had him set up kind of how I wanted. He did a good job of keeping his eye on me. He has a really good pace with his show stick. If anything, I'd like to maybe clean him up there around his feet, make your animal a little bit more presentable. But still, really good job. You guys can go ahead out. The young lady in third, I told her she did a really good job of keeping that steer's feet set and stuff like that. It's just personal preference. I like when you kind of can control their heads a little bit more, have their head up a little higher, nose towards me a little bit more, so just working on that. And that kind of rolls in with the intensity part, in my opinion. And then the young lady in fourth is one that is really intense. She always has the steer's head up. I just told her he didn't really want to work with her today. Was getting a little bit frisky, but still, she did a really good job. The rest of these individuals I talked to, so congratulations to all of them. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, senior showman. First place, Becky Kowick. Second, Cord Hetrick. Third, Jolene Patton. Fourth, Taylor Wagner. Fifth, Ivy Bigler. Sixth, Mason Wickard. Seven, Jenna Kirby. Eight, Waylon Flasher. Next class in the ring. Intermediate showman. These exhibitors are 14 to 16 years of age. Come on, Sean, let's go. Sean Kurtz, let's go. Tyler Best, Sean Kutz, Trey Fry, Katie Shirk, Hannah Orris, Zane Zimmerman, Jesse Petchart, Chase Cruzy, Macy Ritter, Tanner Smith, Olivia Creek, Maggie Grove, and Ryan Lehman. Once again, our sponsor of today's showmanship classes is Shetron Auction and Equipment, Mr. Terry Shetron. Let's give him a round of applause. Thanks so much for supporting our shows. just want to take a quick minute to announce to our crowd there is a silent auction over here on the edge of the barn. The Dairy Club and the dairy team is doing a silent auction to support Lane Hennessy and his battle with cancer. So, you know, we've been doing stuff in the livestock barn all week. There's also a silent auction up here, so if you want to see some things you want to bid on, you can do that. And the auction closes Friday night, that's tomorrow night, after the Holstein show up here. So we'll all still be on the grounds. Go ahead and bid if you'd like to and support Lane in his battle.
Sorry. Another really good class. And, you know, at the end of the day, I'm just looking for somebody that kind of presents their animal to the best of their ability. You want to be able to present them and make them look good at all times. And that's kind of where I'm looking for. So I want your animal to be set up correctly. I want your animal to have its head up at the right angle to kind of make him look better right there through his front end. And that's just kind of where it falls down to at the end of the day, especially in a class this magnitude, because there's a lot of you that show alike and a lot of you that don't, and it's just kind of nitpicky and kind of what my personal preference is, if you will. But with this class, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man right here in the back. He does an extremely good job. The whole time his steer was set up perfectly. If anything, I want you to kind of hold his nose towards me just a little bit more, and I know that he's being a little bit of a stinker there, but he still does a really good job. Congratulations. And in this class of showmanship, you can kind of tell when some start falling apart, and he didn't fall apart the whole time, and neither did this young lady. It's clear to me that your steer wants to go out the out gate, and that's not your fault. You do an awesome job of keeping your steer looking the best that he can as well. Just making sure we're a little bit quicker to getting those feet set, and then that'll make a world of difference, but really good job. The young lady in third, I told her she does a really good job, like I said, keeping the feet set, making eye contact with me. We just want his head to come a little bit higher out of the top side of his skeleton. Sorry. Whoop. And just trying to make him look a little bit more elevated from that standpoint, but does a really good job. And then the young lady in fourth, just trying to hold her hand a little bit different there on our show stick. Maybe it will be a little bit more comfortable when you go ahead and scratch him, but most of the time you get him set up. And I talked to all the other exhibitors. They did an awesome job, just nitpicky things like I said. Congratulations to all those. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, intermediate showman, first place Hannah Orris, second Tyler Best, third Macy Ritter, fourth Maggie Grove, fifth Katie Shirk, sixth Chase Cruzy, seven Tanner Smith, 8 Ryan Lehman, 9 Zane Zimmerman, 10 Jesse Petchart, 11 Trey Fry, 12 Sean Kutz, 13 Olivia Creek. My apologies. Winner of that class, Tyler Best. Second place, Hannah Orris. Great job. Next in the ring, junior showmen. These are ages 11 to 13. Showmen are Levi Geddes. Scratch that, no Levi. My apologies. Jack Gutchall, Wade Zimmerman, Lindsey Smith, Clay Greenland, Riley Boyer, Addie Martin, Henry Kutz, Blake Boyer, Naomi Kutz, Blake Hammond, and Jacob Best.
really nice class of juniors, and it's another one that got really close and really tight, and where I had to kind of be nitpicky. But for today, I'm going to use the young man in front to kind of win the class. Every once in a while, this steer wanted to be a little bit antsy, swing his tail a little much, but he did an awesome job of kind of keeping him back under control, and I really appreciate that, and it showed that he, knew what he was doing, and he always had his feet set. I love the way he positions that one's head. Really great job to you. The young man in second is one, again, that always had his feet set. He did a great job of making eye contact. He was really nice, kind of when I asked those questions, just being a little bit more alert with our head, and just being a little bit more intense from that standpoint, and maybe standing with your body directly to your steer rather than to me, if that makes any sense. But both of you did a great job. You can go ahead and head out. The young man in third, I told him I love his intensity. He's really, really good about that, and I love that he always has his steer set. Just trying to hold our stick a little bit differently when we're kind of walking around the ring. And like I said, it gets down to nitpicks, and it gets down to personal preference, and that's kind of where I'm pulling this stuff out at. But just kind of holding our stick a little bit differently when we're going around, and we'll be set. And then the young man in fourth, I told him he does a good job as well. Just trying to hold our steer's head up a little higher, maybe trying to tighten our show holder up so it's not as far down on his nose, because he has a tendency to fight it. But still, another one that did a good job. All the rest of you guys, great job. We talked about what to work on, so just try and implement that. But you guys did awesome, so congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of our junior showman: first place, Blake Hammond; second, Clay Greenland; third, Wade Zimmerman; fourth, Jacob Best; fifth, Naomi Kutz; sixth, Riley Brewer; seven, Addie Martin; eight, Henry Kutz; nine, Lindsay Smith; 10, Blake Boyer; and 11, Jack Gutschall. Let's give them another great big round of applause. Great job. All right, our last class of showmen. These are our novice, ages 8 to 10. Olivia Ryan, Glenn McKee, Faith Deal, and Blake Smith. Once again, our show today is sponsored by Shetron Auction and Equipment. Thank you so much, Mr. Terry Shetron. We appreciate your support. Exhibitors, up next is champion feeder calf showman. We need the winner of each division back to the ring. We'll need Becky Kowick from the seniors, Tyler Best from the intermediate, and Blake Hammond from the juniors.
a really good class of novice showmen, and the one that really draws me in with her added intensity is the young lady right in front of me. She does a great job. She came in right away. You can smile. That's good. She came in right away, and I could tell she meant business, and that's really cool. Her steer was always set up to the best of his ability, and I really appreciate it. Great job. The young lady in second is one that always was really consistent as well. Every once in a while, though, that steer kind of wants to slouch over when you're scratching him. He must really like it. Doesn't want to put maybe as much weight on his back, too. So just trying to make sure that he's always with it, always has his feet kind of set down to the ground. But really good job. Congratulations to both of you girls. The young man in third, I told him he did an awesome job of kind of keeping his steer calm after he kind of had his little frisky moments while they were walking, and I really appreciate that. Just being a little quicker of getting that one set up. And the young lady in fourth, I said, once she gets that steer set up, she does a great job, but we got to make sure we get him set up as soon as we pull him in this line. Make sure we scratch him when we're standing still. But still, all those four did a really great job. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Congratulations to our novice showman. First place, Faith Deal. Second, Olivia Rind. Third, Blake Smith. And fourth, Gwen McKee. We're now ready for our champion drive from our senior division, Becky Kowick. Our intermediate showman, Tyler Best. Junior division, Blake Hammond. And our novice, Faith Deal. Our champion drive today is sponsored by Scott and Aaron Lehman and Scott and Tish Miller. We got the better half of both of those pairs presenting our banner today. So Aaron and Tish are here to present the banner. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause for their sponsorship. I should justify the Scots are working, so it's okay. Feeder calf exhibitors, lightweight feeder calves should be at ringside. Lightweight feeder calves at ringside.
Really good driver showman. And if you don't, most of you probably don't know me, so you probably don't know this about me, but I actually have a dairy cow background. My mom grew up on a dairy farm. My dad grew up on a beef farm, and so kind of having the best of both worlds is really nice in my opinion, and I can kind of apply this to that. I'm not saying you don't show these things like beef cows, but at the end of the day, they're still dairy, and just kind of being able to pick apart what you kind of have to do with dairy cows in order to make them look the best and things like that that I'm kind of trying to apply. But there's one out here that really hasn't missed a beat. All of you had really good and stout divisions to kind of get through. So even if you don't win today, just know that you did a really good job because those are some big classes of showmanship, and you got out on the top, and that's really good. So let's give this showman a huge round of applause, and I'll go and pick you a champion.
Your champion, feeder calf showman, goes to Becky Kowick. Becky is now qualified to represent the feeder calves in Supreme Showmanship tomorrow night in the livestock show ring. Becky, after you get your calf put away, come on up and we'll give you a bio form. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Let's give them one more great big round of applause. We're now ready to start our weight classes. First class in the ring is lightweight 1. Single entry in this class. This Olivia Ryan, number 401, the weight 415, 415. Lightweight 2 at ringside.
Nice single entry to go ahead and start off our dairy feeder steer show, and one that I think with some time is just going to get better. He's just happened to be the lightest weight one, but still, he comes really good in the center portion of his body, and I think he has the build and body to kind of keep on packing on some more shape, some more mass, and just pounds in general. But congratulations to her. Keep feeding him, and you'll be set.
Lightweight 1, first place, Olivia Ryan. Next class in the ring, lightweight 2. Olivia Creeks, number 127, and Tanner Smith's 213. Weights in this class are 455 and 465. 455, 465. Lightweight 3 to ringside.
a nice second class, and I think they're definitely different in their types and kinds. I'm just going to go with the easy feeding one that I think is going to be closer, that kind of get fat and easier to get fat, and that's the one right ahead of me. That one's really style-hipped. He's wide in terms of his pin set, and has some shape over this top side of his skeleton compared to the one in second. And I love the added frame size kind of in that one in second. I just think he's going to be maybe a little bit further from kind of getting all the pounds that he needs in order to kill, but still one that has a lot of shape, has a lot of power, and I appreciate that. Congratulations to them.
Lightweight 2, first place Olivia Creek, and second Tanner Smith. Next in the ring, lightweight 3, Lindsay Smith's 212, Blake Smith's 214, Naomi Kutz 264. Weights in this class are 484 to 508. 484, 508. At ringside, winners of each class and seconds for champion lightweight.
A really nice, powerful one to go ahead and start this class, and one that I think with time is just going to get better. That one's really good in terms of his rib shape. I think he's really productive in that sense. Still has some shape, some lower corner, and is on an abundant amount of foot and bone, and I really appreciate that about him. And I still like the steer in second, especially when you get behind him, because I won't say that the one ahead of him is that much more powerful. It's just when you get beside him, he gets a little bit too cut up there, and his flank once again a little hard, and high Kellen is hard, and I just would like to kind of pull him down, make him more productive from that standpoint, but a good 2 to go ahead and start. The one in third, I really appreciate his added frame. He's a tall and long one that is going to be pounds heavy come kill. I just think it's going to take him a little bit longer to maybe get there, and he just needs to come with a little bit more power right when you get behind him, but still a nice one to go third. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Lightweight 3, first place Naomi Kutz, second Lindsay Smith, and third Blake Smith. Congratulations. We're now ready for our lightweight drive for champion. We're going to bring back each of our class winners. Lightweight 1, Olivia Ryan. Lightweight 2, Olivia Creek. And lightweight 3, Naomi Kutz. We'll keep our second places at ringside for selection or reserve. Medium weight ones, you should be at ringside. Medium weight feeder calves to ringside.
Nice lightweight division, and once you kind of break them down, there's two maybe in here that have some more swoop to the leg, have some more rib shape, and I appreciate that, and maybe go along and go maybe with a little bit more comfort, but there's only one in here that's there from a power and mass standpoint. There's only one in here that has some added lower quarter and has some added stoutness at hip, and that's a young lady out of the third class. She'll be your champion division. Bring in a second, and I'll reevaluate and get you a reserve. Congratulations.
Champion lightweight goes to Naomi Kutz. We're going to bring in Lindsay Smits, and we're going to select our reserve champion lightweight. Reserve champion goes to Olivia Creek out of our second class. Let's send them all out with a great big round of applause. Nice job, ladies. Our weight classes and champion jabs are sponsored by Wickard Feeder Cattle. Ori and Lena Wickard, both alumni and former showmen of our program, so let's give them a round of applause. Thanks for supporting our kids. Into the ring, medium weight win. Taylor Wagner's 174, Troy Fry 476, and Wade Zimmerman 154. Weights in this class, 540 to 552. Medium weight 2 to ringside.
Nice class, and I think it gets close between the two ahead because they're really different in their types and kinds. There's just one for me that just is packed full of power. He's shapely, he's stout, he's really wide when you view him going away or coming to you. that's the young man right in front of me. He's going to win our class and does so fairly handedly. And there's no doubt that the one in second gives you an incredibly good look from the side. He goes super elevated. He's super good in terms of his rib shape. I like the way he gets out and goes. I just wish we could put that power on him and it would be set. But he just needs to be pulled apart and opened up and just has some more mass compared to the one ahead of him. But a really good place to go in second. The only thing again is that comes really good in the center portion of his body. He has a lot of depth ahead. I just wish I could put a couple more pounds on him. He gets a little bit skinny out here. I'd just like to put a little bit more on him, open him up a little bit more, especially like the ground. But still, really nice kick to go in third. Congratulations.
Medium weight win, first place, Wade Zimmerman. Second, Taylor Wagner. And third, Trey Fry. Next class in the ring, medium weight 2. Jack Gutschall, 477. Henry Kutz, 260. Lane Hennessy's 287. Zane Zimmerman, 155. And Riley Boyers, 8. Weights in this class are 554 to 584, 554 to 584.
another nice class, and the one I'm going to go ahead and use to start, maybe I wish was a little bit bigger in its frame size, but it's pretty obvious to me that the more moderate one just comes with more build and power, because you get behind him and he truly impresses you, because that one's really wide from stifle to stifle. He's still about his hip, and still has some shape, especially on the top side of his skeleton. That's kind of where he places over the one in second. The one in second is one that still is wide in terms of his pin set and has some shape down there through his quarter. I just wish it came with a little bit more power up high. You can really kind of see that one's spine, and I wish you could kind of, it was a little bit smoother there and from that standpoint, but still one that comes really good in terms of his rib shape, and that's how he placed over the one in third. The one in third is one that I appreciate for his added shape up high compared to the one ahead of him. I just like to drop him down in terms of his flank, pull it away as well in terms of his heart, make him a little bit more comfortable on the go, but a good one in third. Unity in fourth has a really big frame steer that's really long-bodied, and I appreciate that. I just like to pull him apart, especially there at his pin set, give him some more shape down through his quarter. And then the one throwing out the class is one that's really deep-bodied, and I appreciate that about him. He just wants to kind of hawk in, get pretty narrow there at the ground, and narrow there in his pin set. So just would like to pull him apart as well. But congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Medium weight 2, first place Zane Zimmerman, second Lane Hennessy, third Henry Kutz, fourth Riley Boyer, and fifth Jack Gutschall. Next in the ring, medium weight 3, Mason Wickards 374, Addison Martin 395, Faith Deal 17, Jacob Best 238. Weights in this class 614 to 630, 614 to 630. Up next, medium weight champion. First and second place from each class at ringside for champion.
Another nice class to finish up our middleweights, and the one that I went ahead and used is really, really nice. He comes really bold and opened up there in the center portion of his body. I need to not stand under there. Goodness. He stands really bold and opened up in the center portion of his body. He still is really wide and opened up there in terms of his pin set and has a lot of shape. And he kind of places over the one in second. The one in second actually has maybe more shape, especially on the top side of his skeleton, but he actually is kind of narrow there when you view him from behind in terms of his pin set. I just like to pull him apart, make him come a little bit more elevated there out of the top side of his skeleton, pull up his chest and bring down his rib, but still a really shapely one to go ahead and second. The one in third is one that actually is starting to come from a shape standpoint, just maybe is a little behind, and weight kind of shows with that, but I still like his added look from this side. I like how he comes out of the top side of his skeleton, comes with a little bit more foot and bone. The one in fourth is one that I like, kind of looking at him from a three-quarter angle, because he is starting to come there with shape. He's getting a little bit more from that standpoint, and he just gets a little uncomfortable from a structural standpoint once the roach in terms of his top get too out far around himself, wants to pull back in terms of his throw placement. Would just like to fix him up from a structural standpoint, give him a little bit more rib shape, but a nice one to go ahead and fourth. Congratulations.
Medium weight 3, first place, Faith Deal. Second, Jacob Best. Third, Addie Martin. And fourth, Mason Wickard. We're now ready for our medium weight champion. From medium weight 1, Wade Zimmerman. Medium weight 2, Zane Zimmerman. And medium weight 3, Faith Deal. We need our second places at ringside for selection of our champion and reserve. You've seen them handing out awards. We've got our Shippensburg Fair Royalty helping us out here today. Our 2025 Shippensburg Fair Queen, Miss Rory Jones, and our 2025 Little Miss Shippensburg Fair Princess, Eden Sohammer. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, ladies. If you're sending messages down to the beef steers, we are halfway through the weight classes. In addition, Toby Montesmith is hanging QR codes for the goat and lamb shows. He's hanging them over by the dairy office, and he'll hang them on the doors on either end. So if you want to scan those to see what the show orders are for goats and lambs, we'd appreciate you checking that and make sure it's all right before we get started.
We get in for our middleweight division, and there's varying in weights here, but for feeder calf show, I'm going to go with the one that impresses me the most. And there's one in here that really does that and kind of caught my eye when I saw him in showmanship because he is packed full of power. He's the stoutest, most opened up, and that's the young man out of the first class. He'll be your champion division. I'll bring him to second place and reevaluate. Congratulations.
Champion medium weight goes to Wade Zimmerman. We're going to bring in Taylor Wagners from that class, and we're going to drive for reserve. Once again, our weight classes are sponsored by Wickard Feed Cattle, Ori and Levi Wickard. Thank you so much for sponsoring. Your reserve champion goes to Faith Deal. Congratulations. We're going to take just a couple minute break here, and we're going to come back in with our light heavyweights. All right, exhibitors, we're ready for light heavyweights. Light heavyweight 1, let's make our way into the ring. Ryan Lehman. Ryan Lehman's number 6, Ivy Bigler, 133, Chase Cruzy, 167, Gwen McKee, 262. Light heavyweight 1, weights in this class are 646 to 650. 646 to 650.
Nice. A nice class of light heavies, and the red and white steer that I go ahead and start with is one that I really like because he comes with a lot of power, a lot of shape, and he comes really big fitted and featured. If anything, I'd like to fix him from a structural standpoint. I'd like to set him back in the angle of his shoulder, make him a little bit more comfortable out of his hair too, but still one that's packed full of power. The one in second is one that I actually prefer on his feet and legs. He comes a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more flexible. Okay. A little bit more comfortable, sorry about that, a little bit more flexible, but maybe just doesn't come with the same amount of shape and power when you get behind him. Gets a little bit flatter there, especially in his quarter, but a good place to go ahead and second, and one that has more condition and cover over the top side of his skeleton, and that's how I placed over the one in third. The one in third is one that I like his added frame. I like his added power. When you look at him from this side, I just would like to pull him apart, give him a little bit more condition, especially there at his feet and legs, but one that comes big-footed, good in terms of his rib shape, and that's how he places over the one in fourth. I really like this steer from behind because he has some shape. I just would like to clean up there in his underline. He wants to get too deep chested. He wants to be a little tight there in his heart and cut up in his flank, a little coarse in his sheath. So just if we could fix him from that standpoint, it'd definitely be different here today. But congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Light heavyweight winner in first place, Gwen McKay. Second, Ryan Lehman. Third, Ivy Bigler. Fourth, Chase Cruzy. Next in the ring, light heavyweight 2, Katie Shucks 504, Tyler Best 239, Sean Cutts 263, Clay Greenland 21. Weights in this class are 656 to 664, 656 to 664. Light heavyweight 3 to ringside.
another nice class. Gosh, I keep doing that. Another nice class, and the one I went ahead and started with, really I started with him because when you get behind him, he comes with the most shape, he comes with the most condition over the top side of his skeleton, and I appreciate that. He also is one that I'd kind of like to pull down in terms of his flank and just make him a little softer there in the center portion of his body, and that's where the one in second kind of fills that void, but he's one that's certainly packed full of power and shape, and I really appreciate that. The one in second, I really like from this side because he gives you a good look. He's really good in the center portion of his body. He's square, and he comes pretty wide about his pin set. Just gets a little flat there in terms of his quarter. I just like to pull him apart at the ground, but a nice one to go ahead in second. The one in third is one that I appreciate when you get behind him because he is shapely and he has some added condition. My problem with this one is when I get beside him, he wants to break there behind his shoulder, get too round about his hip, just like to square him up, and he does that on the move. Just on standstill, needs to be more comfortable there. And the one in third, I really liked him there when we started. I love his added rib shape and body. My problem with him is you get behind him and he gets all too, he wants to pull in his hocks, wants to get all too narrow at the ground. I just like to pull him apart there and make him have a little bit more condition. But I just want to go ahead and fourth. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Light heavyweight 2, first place Tyler Best, second Clay Greenland, third Sean Cutts, and fourth Katie Shirk. Light heavyweight 3's in the ring, 2 entries, Hannah Orris 489 and Jesse Petchart 119. Weights in here 668 and 678. Next up will be light heavyweight champion. At the conclusion of our feeder calf show, after we select grand champion, we're going to take just enough time to do pictures, and we're going to roll right into beef steers. So if you're keeping people down in the barn up to date, you can give them that heads up. Probably 10 minutes for pictures, and then right into beef steers.
Nice class to round out our light heavies, and the young lady is the one I'm going to go ahead and start with. Because that one gives you a nice, soft, good condition. Oh, my gosh. It's like chasing me. Okay, he gives you a nice, soft, good condition feeder steer look when you view him from the side, because he's really soft-bodied, he's big-featured, he gives you some added curve through his lower quarter, and he's wide, and so when you get behind him, I really appreciate that steer. The one in second is definitely a big framed one that comes really straight. I just would like to kind of open him up and just give him a little bit more power and shape when you get behind him, but a nice steer to go ahead in second. Congratulations.
Light heavyweight 3, first place Hannah Orris, second Jesse Petchart. Congratulations, we're now ready for light heavyweight champion. From light heavyweight 1, Gwen McKee. Light heavyweight 2, Tyler Best. And light heavyweight 3, Hannah Orris. Heavyweight feeder calf should be at ringside. Heavyweights to ringside. Once again, our division champions are sponsored by Wickard Feeder Cattle, or Levi Wickard. Let's give them another great big round of applause. Thanks, guys.
I'm trying to learn my lesson. They told me to stand under the spotlight so I don't ruin your guys' ears, so apologize for that. But, you know, you get in your light heavies, and I don't know if you guys could tell us this far, but I'm looking for one that's light on, easy feeding, and just kind of easy keeping. And there's one in here that I saw in showmanship that I really liked and kind of got drawn towards, and, you know, it's one that's going to be easy to kind of just put on feed, and he's just going to go really good. So with that said, the one I'm going to go ahead and use is the one right ahead of me. I'll bring in the second, reevaluate and pick your reserve, but congratulations.
Champion light heavyweight to Hannah Ellis. We're going to bring in Jesse Pritchard, and we'll select our reserve. Reserve champion Tyler Best. Congratulations on all of our exhibitors. We'll go ahead and clear the ring, and we're going to start our heavyweights. Heavyweight 1 into the ring, Cord Hendricks, 57, Waylon Flasher, 261, and Blake Hammond, 457. Weights in here are 708 to 724. 708 to 724. Heavyweight 2 to ringside.
We get into this class, and I'm going to leave them seeing how they were, because, you know, in the top pile, these two are right in front of me. I think it gets really close, and honestly, it just falls down to personal preference, and for me, I'm going to go with the one that kind of is more complete, in my opinion, and that's the young man in front, because you get behind him, and that steer is really shapely. He's powerful, but it also combines a good look from the side with that foot bend and feature and added leg shape that kind of made me fall towards him. Congratulations. The one in second is one that kind of is down low, I guess, from a condition standpoint. He's filled in more right behind his shoulder. He has some more shape and condition up higher than the one ahead of him, but he's also one that comes all too cut up in terms of his flank. Wants to kind of get out on his hind two and get a little too far apart, but a nice one to go in second. And this year in third, I really like from this side because he's really soft-metalled. He's really square. I just wish I could pull him apart. Especially at the ground. He wants to get a little too narrow, a little too flat, but still a nice one to go ahead in third. Congratulations.
Heavyweight one, first place Blake Hammond, second Waylon Flasher, and third Cord Hetrick. Heavyweight 2 into the ring, Macy Riddles 507, Becky Killick 89, and Maggie Grove 344. Weights in this class are 726 to 740, 726 to 740. Heavyweight 3 to ringside. Feeder calf exhibitors, we're getting close to grand champion. If you are a champion or reserve in any weight division, please get your animals to ringside.
Another nice class, and the young lady in front of me is the one I'm going to go for because that's a really good-looking one from the side. He comes around a foot down and a feature and still impresses you when you kind of get behind him. He comes really stout and right in terms of his pin set, and really places over the one in second as you get look behind him, and he comes with more condition and finish there right behind his shoulder, and is one that's going to be easier feeding and easier keeping compared to the one in second. Now, the one in second is one that I prefer. He's square about his hip. He comes a little bit more comfortable when he travels around the ring, and he comes a lot softer there in the center portion of his body, but he's also one that comes a little bit skinnier there when you view him from behind. I'd like him to come with maybe a little bit more condition compared to the one ahead of you. And the one in third is one that I really like from the side because he is stout and shapely, but he is one that maybe comes a little too hard-gutted. I'd like to kind of pull him down there in terms of his heart and his flank and just make him a little softer there from that region, but still a nice one to go ahead in third. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Heavyweight 2, first place Becky Kerrick, second Macy Ritter, and third Maggie Grove. Heavyweight 3 into the ring, Jolene Patton, number 20, Blake Boyer, 5. Jenna Kirby, 5:02. Weights in this class are 7.52 to 7.72, 7.52 to 7.72. Feeder calf exhibitors. Up next is heavyweight champion. And then we'll be ready to select grand champion. Just a heads up, at some point we're going to move that skid loader down there so that we can take pictures in front of the backdrop. It's loud, so please beware if you're standing near it or you've got cattle. We don't want them to get spooked. So just be cautious in that area.
Another nice class, and the one I'm going to go ahead and use is the young man's right in front of me, because that's another soft-bodied, easy-feeding one that I really get drawn towards, and I really placed over the one in second because we're really viewing from in front. He just comes with more power and width right there to his chest down to the ground, and just comes kind of softer middle with a little bit more condition right on his rib compared to the one in second. Now, the one in second still comes with some added shape and power. I like her added football and feature. He puts over the one in third for his structural integrity, really, because that one's smooth shouldered. He sits back more to the angle of his shoulder and just gets square there from his hooks and pins compared to the one in third. And I like the one in third's added shape when you get behind him. He's really pulled apart, but is one that kind of wants to get too straight there in his shoulder. He wants to hold his head down because he gets a little roached over his top and just gets too unbalanced, wants to duck in terms of his pin set. You would just like to pull him apart, make him a little bit more comfortable, but still one that's really shaped up and powerful. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Heavyweight 3, first place, Blake Boyer. Second, Geraldine Patton. And third, Jenna Kirby. We're also, ladies in the ring, we're going to present our grand champion rate of gain to Blake Boyer. Blake's calf gained 3.82 pounds per day. Congratulations, Blake. We're presenting you the rate of gain banner today, sponsored by Barrick and Stewart Milk Oil. Thank you very much to the Webster family for their sponsorship. All right, now we're ready for our heavyweight champion drive. From heavyweight 1, Blake Hammond. Heavyweight 2, Becky Carrick. And heavyweight 3, Blake Boyer.
We get into the light heavies, and you can kind of see like what I'm looking for and what I told you I've been looking for, and it's one that's going to be easy feeding, that's soft, that still has a lot of foot bone power and feature to them. So with that said, you kind of break these all three down and kind of evaluate them, and there's one out here that I think has that soft, easy feeding look that I'm looking for, and that's the one out of the class 3. He'll be your champion. We'll get into second place in picker reserve. Congratulations.
Heavyweight champion goes to Blake Boyer. We're going to bring in Jolene Patton, and we'll pick our reserve. Reserve champion heavyweight goes to Jolene Patton. Congratulations. Once again, we're ready to select our grand champion feeder calf. While we get set up for that, let's give another great big welcome and round of applause to our judge, Miss Kelsey Zepp. Thanks so much for serving our feeders today. We know you're only halfway finished. We want to make sure we keep you pumped up and ready. All right, champion lightweight coming into the ring, Naomi Kutz. Champion medium weight, Wade Zimmerman. Champion light heavyweight, Hannah Orris. And your champion heavyweight and champion weight again, Blake Boyer. This Grand Champion Drive is sponsored by Sunday's Mill, Mr. Eric Menser and family. Let's give him a great big round of applause. Thanks to Eric and his crew at Sundays.
We get in for the champion drive, and we get into the champion drive, and I want to thank everybody for letting me come out and evaluate your dairy feeder steers. My dad's gotten a lot of calls on these, and he was pretty excited that I got to go and judge those, so he was trying to give me some pointers, but I told him I knew what I was doing. But still, it's a really good drive, and I'm having a lot of fun kind of breaking them down, and like I said, I have a dairy background too, so it's kind of cool. I kind of have my two worlds collide here, and kind of be able to evaluate them. And, at the end of the day, like I said, I'm looking for one that I think is going to have the least amount of days to kind of go to finish. Because I know dairy steers have a tendency to kind of be on feet a little longer. And you're trying to have at least make the most amount of money in the least amount of time. And when you kind of break that down, there's one out here that I kind of really was drawn towards from showmanship on. And so we're going to go ahead and pick you a grand. We'll bring in the second place, reevaluate, and I'll get you a reserve. We'll go take a look again and pick you one. But congratulations to everyone. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Your grand champion feeder calf is Hannah Orris. We're going to bring in your reserve, Tyler Best, and select our reserve grand champion. Reserve grand champion sponsored by Ryan and Andrew Brown, and Ryan is here today to present the reserve and our grand champion banner. Let's give them a round of applause as well. Thank you so much for your support. Reserve grand champion, Taylor Best. Congratulations to all of our feeder calf exhibitors. Thank you so much to our ring rep, our volunteers, and of course our parents working hard with these kids every day. We're going to do some pictures of our champions. Again, remember we're going to move that skid steer, so make sure we're firing out of the way over there. And then this is your 10-minute warning for beef steers. 10-minute warning for beef steers. Senior showman. Let's get ready. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes. Senior showmanship. Our pictures are done. 2 minutes. Don't make Ryan mad. He'll start yelling. All right, exhibitors, we are ready to start our market beef show. Senior showmanship's up first. Kelsey, you good? Ready to roll. Senior showman into the ring, Maverick Geddes, Charlie Grove, Jackson Holdsworth, Lacey Lehman, Katie Miller, and Joey Naylor. These are our senior showmen, once again, ages 17 and over. Intermediate showman, be at ringside. We're going to reintroduce our judge for today, Miss Kelsey Zip. Hails from New Windsor, Maryland, where her family owns and operates Zepp's Show Cattle, raising purebred Red Angus. Through the 4-H, she exhibited cattle at the national level, alongside sheep, goats, and hogs at the county and state level. She's currently entering her sophomore year at Blackhawk College East Campus, where she competes on the livestock judging team and majors in agricultural communications. After graduating from Blackhawk, she plans to transfer to a senior college to continue her education and her livestock judging career. Thank you so much for coming back to Shippensburg here today. Let's give her a round of applause. Thanks, Kelsey. Our showmanship classes for the beef are sponsored by S&T Miller Farms, Scott and Tish Miller and family. Let's give them a great big round of applause too. Thank you so much.
Nice class to kind of start our showmanship. And I hope all the younger individuals that are going to show today are kind of rushing around the ring so they can see kind of how I'm pulling you. You need to walk around the ring, and I would say this is a really good class to watch because the top couple individuals do an incredibly good job. But I'm going to go ahead and start with the young lady right in front of me. Her intensity is great. Always has that steer set up to the best of his ability and does a really good job when I go ahead and when she answers my questions. And that's kind of how she places over the run in second. And I really appreciate this young lady. She always is fighting to get that steer looking his best. But I just need to be a little faster to answer questions, a little bit more correct, if you will. But still, does a really good job. Love the intensity. The one in third is one that I really appreciate as well. And I think she does a good job. Maybe just takes a little bit longer to kind of get that steer set up. And I think structure-wise, doesn't really work with you to the best of its ability, but still, just be a little bit faster there to kind of get that steer set up. He wants to kind of move around a little bit on you. The one in fourth here is another one that does a good job. He just kind of got his front feet a little too far ahead of him. Want to kind of set them back, makes your steer kind of look a little off there in his spine, but still does a good job. The one in fifth, I really appreciate you when you get that steer on the standstill. He just doesn't want to move today, right? He wants to lock up, not want to kind of go around the ring. So just try to get him to move a little better. That'll be good. And then just to kind of get your steer set up a little bit better there, you want your back leg closest to me now to be forward. So just trying to get him set up perfectly. And I think you'd still do a really good job. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Senior showman, first place, Katie Miller. Second, Joey Miller. Third, Lacey Lehman. Fourth, Jackson Holdsworth. Fifth, Maverick Geddes. And sixth, Charlie Grove. Next in the ring is our intermediate showman. These are ages 14 to 16. Hannah Benez, Colt Clinton, Allie Lehman, Jordan Miller, Colton Stamey, Taylor Sturm, Max Whitmer, and Brindley Wright. Junior showman, please be at ringside. Junior showman at ringside.
Another really nice class is showmanship, and the young lady right in front of me is going to win, and she does so fairly handedly. That steer's always set up. She presents him really, really good, always gets him really alert with his ears forward, is quick to kind of answer my question, and just all the above. She does a really good job. She'll start your class. Young lady in second, no fault of her own. Her steer's a little bit kind of frisky out here, doesn't want to maybe stay on the best, but when she gets them prepped up, she does an extremely good job, and that's kind of how she plays over the one and third. She's just a little bit quicker to get that steer set up, so I appreciate that. Steer in third, she does a really good job of keeping that steer's head up to a good angle and things like that, just being a little bit quicker. If your steer's moving around, take them through a circle, get them calmed down, and then you'll be set. But really good job. Young lady in fourth is another one that does a good job. I just like a little bit more spread there on his hind wheels. It kind of makes him get up under himself a little bit. Just things like that. That'll kind of make your steer look better. And just to change those things help you out in the long run. Young lady in fourth or fifth, she does a really good job too. I just would like to kind of change the way you use your stick. You want to kind of sit on his back a little when you're going to run him, just nice down and easy, and kind of use your hook there if you want to go and move his foot around, instead of just kind of pushing it with the stick. Young man here is another one that does a good job. I just like to change the way you kind of hold that steer's head. You have a tendency to kind of let him put his nose down and to you, try and push it towards me, make it a little bit more alert. And then I'm going to fill out the class. Just needs to be a little faster, get your steer set up, just kind of have him set up all the time. But he's still doing a good job, and I can tell you two work together good. So congratulations to all those exhibitors. Let's give you a round of applause.
Intermediate showman, first place, Hannah Brenner. Second, Taylor Stam. Third, Ellie Lehman. Fourth, Binley Wright. Fifth, Jordan Neller. Sixth, Colt Cleveland. And seven, Max Whitmer. Next group in the ring is our junior showman, ages 11 to 13. Graham Adams, Lane Bernice, Emmeline Cleland, Gage Cleland, Cohen Smith, and Clayton Stamey. And Levi Geddes.
really star class of junior exhibitors, and I had to kind of break it down and ask him a question because it was so close, and it gets. They're really good. They always have their cattle set up, the two right in front of me. I just think they go really nitpicky, and for personal preference, I'm going to go with the young man right in front of me. He does an incredibly good job of keeping that steer's head directed towards me. He's always got his eye on me, and he's always got him set up. And I appreciate kind of the answer that he had to my question. So congratulations to him. And let's not to take anything away from the young lady in second, because she's another one that does a really good job. The steer's just getting a little antsy over here. It doesn't help that he's closer to the outgate, but still, really good competition. Really great job to you. Young man in third is one that I also really appreciate. Congratulations. I also really appreciate it. He always gets that steer set up on the move, and that's what I'm kind of looking for. I'm looking for someone that uses less of their stick and more and try and pull it up and get them set. And that's kind of what we got in third. Just been a little bit more alert with that one, so a little bit more intensity and eye contact, but good job to him. Young man in fourth is one that I know, I can tell that he knows what he's doing, and he's doing a good job. The steer just doesn't want to cooperate. He gets too antsy on him. He has to circle him too much, but still, good job on him. Young man in fourth had a tendency to kind of have his fade backwards, but he still gets that steer prepped and set up, and he stays put, and I appreciate that. And then the two that kind of round out the class are two that just maybe aren't as consistent to getting those steers' feet set, and maybe we just need to hold our sticks, hold our hands a little bit different, but still did a really great job. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Junior showman, first place, Lane Brenner. Second, Evelyn Cleveland. Third, Gage Cleveland. Fourth, Graham Adams. Fifth, Levi Getty. Sixth, Clayton Stamey. And seventh, Cohen Smith. Next group in the ring is our novice group, 8 to 10-year-olds. Reese Adams, Willow Hartung, and Lyndon Wright. Market steer exhibitors at ringside. We need the winners of each of our age divisions for selection of champion showman. And for selection of supreme, we're going to need Jackson Holdsworth and Taylor Sturm. Again, our showmanship division classes are sponsored by S&T Miller Farm, Scott and Tish Miller. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Really nice class of novice showmen, and I'm going to go ahead and use the lady with the butterscotch cap in front. She does a really good job. She always has that steer set up. I'd like to kind of push his back leg closest to me back just a hair, just kind of open him up a little bit more. He gets a little up under himself, but still, you do a great job. You didn't move a muscle, and I appreciate that. The young lady in second, that was close. You do a really good job. You just kind of fell apart there at the end. We want to be a little faster to get our animal set up, but still, you do a great job. And then the young lady in third, I told her I loved her smile. She seems really happy and excited to be out here, which I appreciate. Just trying to make sure our steers are set up kind of the correct way, full time, and then not come on the other side of the animal. But she's still doing a good job. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Let's give her a round of applause.
Novice showman, first place, London Wright. Second, Reese Adams. And third, Willow Hartung. We're now ready for our champion showman drive. From the senior division, we have Katie Miller. Intermediate, Hannah Bruneyes. Junior division, Lane Bruneyes. And your novice, London Wright. Our champion showman drive today is sponsored in memory of Joe Webster by the Webster family. Let's give him a great big round of applause. Thank you so much for your support, and thank you for letting us celebrate Joe.
I'd also drive a showmanship here, and showmanship was kind of always my favorite part of the show because that's kind of a spot where you got to kind of show off your time during the summer, and it kind of gets you to show off your animal and how hard you worked with it, and I kind of can put in perspective having an animal that maybe isn't cooperating, even though you're trying your absolute best, and I put that in perspective when I go and judge these classes. That's at the end of the day, it's personal preference. It's something that I would kind of trust the most to put on one of my animals. And so when you kind of break that down, there's one out here that does an extremely good job. One I really appreciate. There's just champion, right? No reserve? Just champion, so I'll get you a champion. But let's give them a huge round of applause. They do a really good job.
Champion Beef Showman in memory of Joe Webster goes to Katie Miller. Katie Miller is a previous winner of our Supreme Showmanship contest, so she is not eligible for that recognition. And Hannah has already qualified, so we're going to ask her to leave the ring as well. And we're going to bring back in Jackson Holdsworth of our senior division and Taylor Storm from the intermediates, and we'll select our representative for Supreme Showmanship. Representing Beef Showman and Supreme tomorrow night will be Wayne Brenize. Congratulations on all of our exhibitors. Let's give them a great big round of applause. All right, steer exhibitors, we're ready for lightweight one. Lightweight one into the ring. Exhibitors of the show, if you're not handling cattle or helping to fit, if you could clear that doorway down there, we need some space to move cattle. Let's try to keep one or two classes in at a time, and everybody else, let's clear the doorway. Lightweight one, Colin Smith. Lightweight one, Colin Smith, number 70, and Max Whitmer, 172. Both cattle in this class are 1085. Lightweight 2 to ringside, lightweight 2.
nice way to start a market steer show. And I go ahead and start with the Hereford steer here. He just has more finishing cover right there behind his shoulder. I like his that his width up inside and he's deeper there in terms of his cod compared to the steer in second. I still like the steer in second when you view him from this side. He's a really long-bodied, productive one there in terms of his rib shape. Still comes high at the top side of his skeleton. We just like to pull it apart, especially there in terms of his pin side. Give him some more shape and lower quarter. But still, a good race class to go ahead and start. Congratulations.
Late run, first place, Max Whitmer, and second, Cohen Smith. Lightweight 2 into the ring, Katie Miller's 305, and Reese Adams, 211. Weights in this class are 11:45 and 12:05. Lightweight 3 to ringside. Lightweight 3.
Another nice class, and honestly, when you kind of break these steers down, they're pretty different. I just prefer the added shape and mass that the black steer here has up high. He comes more shapely over the top side of his skeleton, still has some added curve through his lower quarter, and he comes with a lot of circumference of foot and bone compared to the shorter appearing steer in second. I still like the shorter appearing steer for, he actually reads with a little bit more cover right there behind his shoulder, but still, he comes a little further footed, gets a little bit narrower in terms of his pin set, and just doesn't come with the added mass and power up high. But still, really nice class. Congratulations.
Lightweight 2, first place, Katie Miller, and second, Reese Adams. Up next, lightweight 3, Graham Adams with 210, and Jordan Naylor with 47. Weights in this class are 1240 and 1245. Up next is lightweight champion. We need first and second from each class at ringside for lightweight champion. Our weight class sponsor for today is Wingert Farm Show Cattle. The Wingert family, let's give them a great big round of applause. Thank you so much for your continued support. Also alumni of the program, thank you.
a nice class. And honestly, the Silver Steer went ahead and used their hand, just simply outpowers it. That's been super stout in terms of his hip. He still really has a lot of curve there on his lower quarter. He's just more shapely and powerful compared to the Steer in second. I would like to, if I'm going to be nipping, I'd like to push him back in the angle on his shoulder, make him a little more comfortable out of his forward, but still, really nice place to start. The Steer in second is one that you appreciate from the side. He's a really long-bodied, productive one from that standpoint, but get behind him. When he gets all too flat, a little bit too high at the ground, gets a little frail in his ankles, but still, really nice place to go out in second. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Lightweight 3, first place Jordan Miller, and second Graham Adams. We're now ready to select our lightweight champion. From lightweight 1, we have Max Whitmer. Lightweight 2, Katie Miller. And lightweight 3, Jordan Naylor. In our beef cattle, we select the top 3 in each weight division. But we just need second places at ringside.
You get in the lightweight division, and there's give and take. And honestly, it goes down to personal preference. And for me, I'll give away a little bit of structural integrity if one's going to come with more power and shape. So I'm going to use the young lady out of the third class to win this division. And use this young lady at second class for reserve. And we'll bring in seconds, rework them, and pick you a third overall. Congratulations.
Champion lightweight goes to Jordan Naylor. And reserve 2, Katie Miller. We're going to bring back in the second places, which is Reese Adams and Graham Adams, and we're going to select our third overall lightweight. Once again, our division sponsors today are Wingert Farm Show Cattle. And the Wingert family, thank you so much. And your third overall goes to Reese Adams. Congratulations to all of our lightweight exhibitors. Go ahead and clear the ring. We're ready for medium weights. Medium weight one, Linda Wrights 121, and Emmeline Cleland 185. Both steers in this class are 1255, 1255. Medium weight 2 at ringside.
good class. And I'm going to go ahead and use the Peach steer to win. He's one that comes really shapely. When you get behind him, he's stout about his hip. But really what changes it is when you get in, when you get into the side of him, he comes with more rib shape. And honestly, he doesn't come with that much more, but at least he's tucked up in his chest and has some added flank compared to the steer in second. And I like the steer in second, especially on the move. He gets good, and he's good in terms of his top. It's just when you get beside him, he kind of turns you away as he gets a little bit deeper there in terms of his chest. Wants to kind of be a little shallow in his forerib and heart. I just like to deepen him up from that standpoint, widen him up in terms of his pin set, but a good place to go in second. Congratulations.
Medium weight 1, first place London Wright, and second Emmeline Cleland. Next up, medium weight 2, Lacey Layman's 363 and Gage Cleland's 184. Both steers in this class are 1270. 1270. Medium weight 3 to ringside.
Classes steers that are actually really liking their types and kinds. They both have some shape, and they're liking their body type. It really goes down to a structural thing, and and the young man in first does a good job. His steer comes a little better in terms of his shoulder. He's kicked back in terms of the angle. He gets around and goes a little bit more comfortable. I'd like to score him out in terms of his hip. It's still one that's really productive in terms of his rib shape. Young lady in second is one that has some stoutness in hip, that has some shape. Where he just comes all too vertical off of either ends of his skeleton. Wants to be blown out in terms of his shoulder and a little buck knee. If we set him back, make it more comfortable, put some good wheels on that one, it could be different. But today, he just gets around and goes a little too uncomfortable. But still, nice class. Congratulations.
Medium weight 2, first place Gage Cleland, and second Lacey Lehman. Next class, medium weight 3, Levi Geddes 314 and Willow Hartung, number 3. Both steers in this class are 1275, 1275. Next up, medium weight champion.
on their types and kinds, and it honestly goes down to personal preference. But for me, I'm going to go with the model. It is a Phaeton one that is right here in front of me, because that steer is really good from a condition and finish standpoint. When you get behind him, he rides good behind his shoulder, and he still has enough power and shape to play. Really good place to start. And I still like the old length of body and fit bone and feature found in short appearing steer. It's just I'd like to pull him down in the center portion of his body, make him more productive from that standpoint, and just pull him apart. He gets all too flat a little bit. Doesn't have necessarily enough right behind his shoulder for this stage of the game. But still, really nice pair of them. Congratulations.
Medium weight 3, first place Willow Hartung, and second Levi Geddes. We're now ready for our medium weight champion out of medium weight 1. London Wright, medium weight 2, Gage Cleland, and medium weight 3, Willow Hartung. Once again, our division sponsor today is Wingert Farm Show Cattle. The Wingert family, thank you very much for your support.
You get into the middleweights, and honestly, like I said before, it goes down to personal preference. Do you want one that, is a good fat steer that's going to, cut with a good eye and things like that, or do you want one that can do those things but still has the show steer proportions? And, you kind of have to fiddle with those and make up your mind. But for this division, like I said, goes down to personal preference. So we'll go ahead and pick your champion, get in second place, reevaluate for reserve and third overall. But congratulations to all these exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
Champion medium weight goes to London Wright. We're going to bring in Emily Clelands and select our reserve. Reserve goes to Gage Cleland, and our third overall to Emily Cleland. Congratulations to our whole show crew. Great Great job. Thanks also to Willard Farm Show Cattle for their support and sponsorship. Light heavyweight 1 into the ring. Hannah Buneyes, number 1. Charlie Grove, 345. And Jackson Holdsworth, 237. Light heavyweight 2 to ringside. Weights in this class are 1,300 to 1,320.
Another nice class, and the one that I used to store wins and does for fun, because that one's really, really nice. Not only is he stout about his head, but he's shapely. His really masculine on the top side of his skeleton still goes really productive in terms of his rib shape and gives you a really good look. If I want to be nitpicky, sure, I'd like to make him a little softer on his pasterns, but like I said, that's being nitpicky on a really good one. The one I used for second, and I think it's a close pair here in the middle of two that are really different. Just for me, I'll go with the one that's more moderate and easy feeding and more productive in terms of his rib shape. So I went with the one here, the back steer here, but still, I like the red stuff on this side. He's long-bodied, he's big-featured. He's just one that gets a little tight in terms of his full rib. He wants to cut up in his flank. I just like to drop him down from that standpoint, make him a little bit more easier, softer, but still, really nice one to go ahead in third. Congratulations.
Light heavyweight 1, first place Hannah Buneyes, second Charlie Grove, and third Jackson Holdsworth. Next class, light heavyweight 2, Alan Lamons 364, and Clayton Stamey 118. Weights of these two steers 1340 and 1355.
another nice class, and the one I used to start is really nice steer. He started about his hip. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He walks in around a circumference of a foot and bone, and I like the softness of his forward. I like to pull him down in terms of his flank, clean him up in his sheet there, and kind of kick him back in the angle of his shoulder and knee. But still, like I said, really good one to go ahead and start. The steer in second is one you like his length of body, you like his productiveness from that standpoint. I just like to start him up in his foot and bone and pull him apart when we get behind him. But still, nice productive one to go ahead in second. Congratulations.
Light heavyweight 2, first place Allie Lehman, and second Clayton Stamey. While she's out, we're going to present the grand champion Rate of Gain to Allie Lehman, sponsored by Barrick and Stewart, the Webster family. Thank you so much. Allie's steer gained 3.31 pounds per day. Congratulations to Allie. Next in the ring, light heavyweight. Just kidding, ready for champion drive. Champion, only 2 classes in light heavyweight. All right, so in the ring we need our first places. Light heavyweight 1, Hannah Bruneyes, and light heavyweight 2, Allie Lehman.
We really turned up the heat here in our middleweights, but there's one in here that just reads fresher about the front end of his body and gets around and goes with more comfortability. Has a better angle to their shoulder and is just stronger in terms of their spine, and that's the angle out of the first class. We'll bring that second in, reevaluate, and get you a reserve and third overall. You say?
Champion light heavyweight is Hannah Bruneyes. We're going to bring in Charlie Groves. We'll select our reserve. Reserve champion goes to Allie Lehman. We're going to bring in Clayton Stamey. And now we're going to select our third overall light heavyweight. Third overall goes to Charlie Grove. Congratulations on all of our exhibitors in the light heavyweight category. We're now ready for our heavyweight 1. Heavyweight 1, Colt Cleveland, 183, and Lane Bruneyes, number 2. Two steers in this class weighing 1365 and 1385. 1365, 1385. Heavyweight 2 to ringside.
a nice class to start our heavyweights, and the one I'm going to use is a big back powerful one. What I really appreciate when you get behind the two, he comes wider from stifle to stifle, yet still has more finish right behind his shoulder compared to the steer in second. That's a nice place to start. I still appreciate the steer in second. He still has some shape and power and body. He just doesn't maybe read with the same amount of finish right there behind his shoulder. Maybe doesn't read the status and notice about his pin set, but still, really nice place to go ahead in second. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Heavyweight one, first place Lane Bruneyes, and second Colt Cleland. Let's give him a round of applause. Heavyweight two, Joey Naylor's 46 and Brindley Wright's 122. Steers in this class 1400 and 1410. Heavyweight three to ringside.
Nice class of heavies, or light heavies, or heavyweights, I think they are. It's a nice class, and honestly, they're really different in their types and kinds, and it honestly goes down to personal preference. And for me, I'll go with the big featured, soft-looking one that I went ahead and started with. Now, he's not perfect. He wants to get out on his hind wheels on the move, and it's pretty coarse in terms of his tailhead, but still, really soft, easy-going one that's really big featured, good-looking. Congratulations to her. And now still, I really like the black steer. I like how much shape and power he has when you get behind him. I just would like to kind of clean him up. I want him to be fresher in terms of his head and neck. I want to pull him down in the center portion of his body, make him more productive from that standpoint, and just make him a little leveler right there over his top. But still, really nice one to go in second. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Heavyweight two, first place Brindley Wright, and second, Joey Naylor. Our final class into the ring, heavyweight three, Maverick Geddes 313, and Taylor Sturms 151. Two steers in this class weighing 1530 and 1580. Exhibitors up next is heavyweight champion. Then we'll be ready for our grand champion market steer. So if you're top three in any of the weight divisions, please be making your way to ringside.
Nice class of heavies, and I'm going to go ahead and use this back steer here as a really big-bodied, powerful one. Reed's really productive, really shapely. He's big about his back. He's a pretty heavy one, but still, a really nice place to start. Another sure-looking steer here is still a nice one that's finished and good in terms of his cover. That's just one I'd like to kind of soften up, make more comfortable, make him better there in terms of his spine, but still, nice place to go ahead in second. Congratulations.
Heavyweight 3, first place Taylor Sturm, and second Maverick Geddes. We're now ready to select our champion heavyweight. From heavyweight 1, Lane Bruneyes. Heavyweight 2, Brinley Wright. And heavyweight 3, Taylor Sturm. Once again, our weight division champions are sponsored by Wingert Farm Show Cattle and the Wingert family. They're all here today watching our show, so thank you so much. Let's give them another great big round of applause.
Nice job of heavies, and I'm going to be honest with you. Once they pass that kind of 1,500-pound range, it kind of gets worrisome, in my opinion, just because in the real world, you want one that's fast-growing and easy-feeding. So for this job, I'm going to go with one that does get a fresher look, but still a big back to the shape. That's a way out of our first class. I'll be your champion division. Lady of the third class is going to be a reserve.
Champion heavyweight is Lane Bruneyes, and reserve goes to Taylor Sturm. We're going to bring back second places from those classes, and we'll pick a third overall. Third overall goes to Brinley Wright. Congratulations again to all of our exhibitors. All right, we're ready for our Grand Champion Market Steer Drive. Your Grand Champion Drive today is brought to you by Cleveland's Custom Welding. They're also present here for the show. Let's give them a great big round of applause. Thanks to the Cleveland family for supporting the show. Lightweight champion, Jordan Naylor. Mediumweight champion, London Wright. Your light heavyweight champion, Hannah Bruneyes. And your heavyweight champion, Lane Bruneyes. We need our reserves and third overalls at ringside for selection of reserve champion market steer.
I first off want to thank the show committee for let me come out in the regular livestock today. It's been really, really fun. And honestly, if you guys didn't hear my voice, I'm just from over the mountain. And we mainly always just running this heifer. So we dipped our toes in the show steer road, and I'll give it to you, it's not easy. So I want to give full props to kind of the breeders and exhibitors out here for not only bringing their animals, but also just getting them through and feeding them. It's been a hot summer. I understand it's hard to kind of get them to this point, especially keeping them eating and keeping them growing. So full props to you for that. But you know, it's been a really good show. And at the end of the day, I want one that not only gives you those show steer proportions, but still is manly and can shape up and off. And is there from a finishing condition standpoint. So with that said, let's give them a huge round of applause. It's been awesome. I'm going to pick out Grand in reserve. Okay, I'm just going to pick out Grand in reserve.
Grand champion market steer goes to Hannah Bonais. We're going to bring in Adam Leylands and we'll select our reserve. Once again, our grand champion sponsored by Cleveland's Custom Welding, being presented by Mike Cleveland on the side. Congratulations. Our reserve champion drive here today is sponsored by the Geddes Family Farm. Steph and Lloyd are going to present our banner for that too. Let's give them a round of applause as well. Your reserve grand champion goes to Lynn Bonais. So we're going to bring in Taylor Storm's animal. One of the unique things we'll have here about the Shippensburg Fair is we're a bi-county fair, Shippensburg and Franklin County. But our market animals sell on Saturday at our junior livestock sale, which is just Cumberland County. Hannah and Lynn both represent Franklin County. Congratulations to them, but now we need to select a champion in reserve to sell on Saturday at our sale of champions. So in the ring, we'll have our 4 market steers representing Cumberland County. Again, lightweight, Jordan Miller. Medium weight, London Wright. Light heavyweight, Allie Lehman. And your heavyweight, Taylor Sturm. Your Cumberland County champion goes to Taylor Storm, and your reserve to Allie Lehman. Congratulations again to all of our steer exhibitors. Thank you so much for coming out to our show. Thanks to our judge, Kelsey Zip, all of our ring help, parents, sponsors. We'll see you down in the livestock ring at 1 p.m. for the sheep show. 1 p.m. for the sheep show. Thanks a lot.